We're going to call this meeting to order, and thank you. I'll take it anyway. Okay, wow. So it's not posted to have invocation, but as they say, sue me. Let's rise for invocation. There's too much going on in our world right now. Dear Heavenly Father, there's so much pain in Texas today, so much that we are asking for your comfort, for your healing, for your grace, for your compassion. Will you be with those families that have lost their babies? Be with all of Texas as we mourn in our country from the violence that's ensued. We gather here today, Father, because we hope to do good in the name of public service, and you sent your Son to be the greatest, most humblest of servants, and we ask that you guide us here today. Protect all those who seek your comfort in his name, and particularly watch over all those men and women, both near and afar, who wear uniforms to protect us, Father. We ask this through you and in your Son's name. Amen. Amen. And now the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, a little bit of housekeeping here. It's 8:42 in the morning. We do have a quorum. Commissioner Chesney is online. We need to look at him, make sure he's there. Connie?
I am here.
There you are.
Working on it.
Okay.
Yep.
And Commissioner Morris?
There we go.
Can we see
Sorry.
that you're here? Just say hello to us. Okay, and all other commissioners are here present in the room. The date is May 26, 2022. We're on the third floor of Nueces County Commissioners Court, and inside our courtroom, to be specific. And we have, as I already said, a quorum. So we're ready to move forward. This is a special meeting for those of you that are watching. We did have a full day yesterday. And at this time, if you'll look to your agenda, I need to make an announcement. Is there any disclosures of conflicts of interest? Anybody that has a conflict of interest that we may need to know about, this is the time that you should declare it. However, if you do discover later in the meeting that you do have a conflict of interest, that's a legal definition, if you would disclose it at that time. Okay, seeing and hearing none. Timothy, safety briefing.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning, morning.
We're meeting here on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard Street. The restrooms and drinking fountains are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium as you exit the courtroom past the Human Resources Office. Please note there's a fire extinguisher located in the rear of the courtroom. There are also 5 additional fire extinguishers throughout the third floor atrium area. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located in the atrium wall next to the Human Resources Office. In the event of emergency, the person responsible for not dialing 911 is Connie. In the event of an evacuation, our egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exiting the LaPont Street entrance, and assembling in the parking lot across the street for safety. Should there be a need to shelter in place, court attendees will remain in the courtroom. Depending upon the severity of the incident, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain secured until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. That concludes my safety brief.
Very good. So, for the purposes of the clerk, today is a workshop, and the meeting should reflect that today our whole purpose is to discuss the American Rescue Plan Act and funding associated with it. That means its authorized uses. We're also going to discuss previous county allocated projects. We're going to discuss potential projects and qualifying uses. And these, of course, include things like retention pay that we've already done and any related matters. And so this is now my opportunity to tell the clerk that it's 8:45 a.m. and we are embarking into this workshop. There is an agenda item, so after we workshop, we can actually come in to an agenda item that's next on your agenda. This is all process, methodology here. Discuss and consider project prioritization. So first we're going to talk, then we're actually have an agenda item to create prioritization and allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds. So I'm just setting the table for us, but I've not forgotten you. It is now time for public comment. I'm going to suggest that we're in workshop, so I'm going to call public comment, but then there might be an opportunity as we workshop for you to make additional comments. You don't need to sign up this exactly this way, but if you would respectfully let me know that you want to comment on something, we'll take you in order. All right, we'll begin with John Byram. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Judge and members of the court. I'm John Byram, Executive Director of the Nueces River Authority. I'm pleased to be here with you this morning. It's been a rough week in Uvalde, Texas. So if I'm a little rattled, please understand. That was about 3 blocks away from our general offices there, and it was just a tough time for us. Thank you for your prayers and concerns this morning, too. Thank you. Let me tell you a little bit about, if I could get our presentation up.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we don't have a presentation.
Let me tell you a little bit about the Nueces River Authority while that's going on. A lot of people is unaware just exactly what the River Authority is and how it was established and so on and so forth. So I'm going to give you a little history there. We were created by the Texas Legislature in 1935 to preserve, protect, and develop water resources within a 17,500 square miles of the Nueces Basin. Some 21 counties, which includes all of Nueces County, was included in that basin. We have broad authority to provide flood control, irrigation, navigation, wastewater treatment, solid waste disposal, municipal and industrial water supply, water quality control, parks and rec. We can help finance. We can help governmental entities finance. We can issue tax-exempt bonds for economic development. And we can receive state and federal grants. Next slide, please. As part of we don't get any state allocations. We don't get any federal allocations. We don't get paid unless we work. And there's nothing wrong with that. Part of that work included an agreement with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to participate in the Clean Rivers program. You'll see some big circles here on this map. The 2 smaller circles are the 2 that we were addressing today. The bigger circle up in the mid-basin, we have some issues up there too. You'll see that most of those are bacteria impairments, and they will be addressed at a later date. The Oso Basin Wastewater, the Oso Basin, we have some wastewater discharges there from Robstown, and then we have also some in the Baffin Basin, the Driscoll plant, the Nueces County WCID number 5, which is Banquete, and then the city of Bishop. All of those have agreed, including Robstown, has agreed to participate in an assessment of their existing facilities. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. The next slide, please. This next slide just basically tells us that we are in an effort to improve the situation and in an effort to learn what was going on, we went out and developed a program where we could contract at a very economical number to operate the plants for Nueces County WCID number 5, which is Banquete, the city of Driscoll, and the city of Bishops. We've been operating those plants now for almost a year, and we find people that are very caring, really trying to do the right thing. The problem is those plants were built under a grant back in the late 70s, early 80s. They're under the 92-500, Public Law 92-500, which was a great grant program administered by EPA back in the day. Built a whole lot of wastewater treatment plants, and those were some of them. They have reached their operational life, the end of their operational life. We're doing our best to take care of those. The city of Robstown is under the same situation, basically. Each of the receiving streams that we have shown you, Petronella and San Fernando Creeks, which both San Fernando discharges into Oso Bay, Petronella discharges into the Baffin Bay, both of those are stressed. And they're stressed due to improperly treated wastewater. You say, well, how do you know that? You can run a DNA on the ammonia in that stream, and you can identify that it's wastewater treatment ammonia. There are about 4 ways, different things you can identify, and the largest, over 60% of it is wastewater treatment plant ammonia. Next slide, please. The next slide will show you a map of the area, what little bit of we have done, engineering work we've done. You'll see up at the top is Banquetti. To the right, I'm going to call it to the right of Banquetti there, which would be, looks like a little south on the map there, it would be Robstown. Then you go on down that way, right there. Good job, thank you. You get Driscoll, and then further down you'll get the city of Bishop. Now, we do know that Banquetti and Robstown basically flows down to the Driscoll area. What we're looking to do is we're looking to get some funding from Nueces County. We're asking for some funding from Nueces County to run an assessment on the best place to put a plant. We also need to assess the plants to make sure that they're going to operate until we get this plant built. It'll take us 18 months if we started turning dirt today. It just takes a while. So we need to make sure that we run this assessment so we spend this money wisely and we get this problem fixed. Next slide, please.
Are we keeping time on this thing?
The regional wastewater, we're proposing a regional wastewater facility that will be owned and operated by NRA. It's under our team of operators led by a Class A operator, which is the highest form of operator license you can get in the state. The plant will be originally a 3 million gallon a day plant. It will be common wall construction so it can be expanded quickly and easily and economically. $35 million for the plant, and then there will be money included in this, next slide please, for the transportation, which is about $70,500,000 we are anticipating to spend. So if we were to get the $3.5 million, the return on that investment is somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 times, and that does not include the payroll for construction companies and parts and supplies and facilities and concrete and everything else we need to build the plant. These people are in desperate need. Baffin Bay is in desperate need. Oso Bay is in desperate need. We ask that you could highly consider granting this money, and we will make sure that it's used to its ultimate ability.
John, thank you so much. Hang out with us in this workshop. I've got about 3 other people that want to make public comment, but we're going to talk about these projects, and it'd be wonderful for you to be a resource in the room. In a way, anytime you're looking into that, more technical information, I'm glad you kind of gave us both the history and the PowerPoint. Let's go ahead and share that. Is it shared with everybody already? You're going to get it to IDA. There's 2 online. So commissioners online, you're about to get what we just had, because you might want to refer to it here later on. At this moment, I'm going to call Larry Firkin, followed by Bobby Chestnut, and I also have Daniel Zamora. Those are the only ones that I have signed up. But again, as we workshop through, it's a workshop, so you can make some comments. If you gentlemen want to, I know you're here for drainage, if you want to wait till we talk drainage, no problem, or you're welcome now. Wait, how about Daniel Zamora? I will wait. Thank you. Oh, there you are right in front of me. Okay. All right, super. So let's do this. Online with us, this will really help everybody set the stage for this discussion. In our packet and on the agenda, back up online. I've got Kathleen White raising her hand for public comment. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. White. We'll let her unmute. I'm going to sign up, okay?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now.
Yeah, you're ready.
Okay, County Judge and Commissioners, I'm here again. I know y'all might be getting tired of hearing from me, but I'm here again to be an advocate for the nonprofits in our community. As I understand it, these funds from the American Rescue Plan are to include help for nonprofits who have suffered economic losses. We have many nonprofits that have suffered economic losses, and those can be demonstrated to you in very specific numbers and reports. Charities play a big, significant role in our community. They do so much to improve the quality of life for our citizens, to provide education and learning for the young and the old, education needs, medical needs, basic needs. And I am here today to say, please set aside a small percentage. 4% of this funds that you have available would be $2 million, or 5% would be $2.5 million. That's a small percentage to set aside to help with the nonprofits to recover from their economic losses that they have sustained. In addition, I just heard the Nueces County River Authority talk. So in addition to the nonprofits, I'd like to make a comment about that. I've had an opportunity to meet Dr. Mike Watts with the Heart Institute. And what this gentleman is telling y'all about the problems with Baffin Bay and the wastewater treatment plants in those small communities, they can't operate those things efficiently. It is important to Baffin Bay and probably other areas that I'm not familiar with to maintain a good water quality there. We get most of our black drum that we eat in restaurants and our homes from Baffin Bay, and it's desperately needed to improve the sewage plants around there in order to ensure that Baffin Bay continues to provide this source of food to our communities. So please consider a set aside today for the charities to help them recover from their losses. I think 4 to 5% would be a reasonable request. I thank you for your time, your commitment to our community, and for the efforts that y'all do to improve the quality of life for all of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes, ma'am?
May I add my name to the list, Betty?
Yes, absolutely. Betty Sheets.
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners. Again, I'm just, in behalf of what Kathleen White has presented to you, I also believe is a fair and equal asking. As you know, for the last 2 years, the charities have lost tremendous money, and it's due to the COVID, to the game rooms that came in. And as a result of this, personally, I will tell you, it has hurt me tremendously. It's because I help mothers and babies with food, formula, medication, and I cannot turn these people away. As a result, I went into my own funds, which has cost me dearly, but I'll do it every day if I have to. I would appreciate if you would really consider this, because just a minimal sample is yesterday I went to buy a can of formula that was very well needed. There were 3 cans on the shelf. I only took 1. It was $28. 6 months, a year ago, it was only $8.75. The medications have gone up. Everything, as you all know, even in your own field, has gone up. So I really appreciate you considering us for this grant. Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much, Miss Betty.
Is that all?
Anybody else?
Is nobody else? I'd like to put my name down.
Yes, sir, I've got it.
That it?
I think there's Margaret Baldwin, Judge.
Okay, that's fine. I'll be the last.
You'll be the last one? You'll be the second to last one. I'm sorry, I lost it. There it is. Miss Margaret Baldwin, you can unmute and please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, Judge and Commissioners. I know that like Kathleen said, you've heard from us and seen us a bunch. We thank you for listening to us again. We would like to ask that for the set aside of the 4 to 5% for the charities in Nueces County, as we have spoke before we can demonstrate real economic losses for the charities. The charities have a loss, but also there is a loss within the community. The loss is what the charities provide to those in need. As Betty Sheets have said, that she provides for the needy, for the mothers and kids. We have veterans that provide. For other veterans, we have people provide for pet rescues. There's just so much out there in need. And without the charities receiving some type of funds, they cannot disperse to the community. So there is a great need for this to be able to provide for those in need with everything going up and the funds that we have available not being there. We have a great need to provide for Nueces County and surrounding counties. So we ask that you would please help with the grant money to be distributed also to charities, and we ask that the 4 to 5% be allocated for them so they can distribute to the needy within the community. Thank you very much for your time. You're greatly appreciated.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Commissioners, you're next. Remember, it's a workshop, so if it's about ARPA, you don't have to sign up. You can just talk.
Well, no.
If it's not about ARPA?
Yeah.
Okay, I can write it down. You're free to talk.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to be on public comment.
Okay. I just want to, when we get started, Judge, I just want to kind of, for my part, I just have, I guess, a workshop right now. Do we talk about what we want and then go back and talk about how we're
Yes,
gonna-
so I just figured let the public do their public comment, but what I'm going to do next is that there's a small background that's in your folders that I think is important for the public to know where we are before we start figuring out what we want to do next. And so what I was planning on doing was calling on Rachel Knobloch, who prepared this for you, and to run through it. Let's ask questions. And then I think what we can do is start talking about, I bet each of us can take a subject matter like,
Well, 'cause I
and
wanted
you could
just-
start.
Okay, I just wanted to make like my recommendation of what I'm looking
Right.
at.
Why don't we start with this and then we'll go straight to you?
Okay.
Is that what you wanted to do too? Exactly. Well, so let's, since we haven't heard what money's available, let's go ahead and get that summary
That was my
out.
next question.
And then we'll go to y'all.
That's my next
Is that a good idea? And for the folks that have waited, you'll get to hear it too. And then once, let's just hypothetically say that Commissioner Gonzalez starts talking about drainage, that'd be a perfect time for you to say, and I'm ready to make my comment on drainage, for example. And so we'll work it that way. So let's move to Rachel. I need this on the board so all the audience can see. This is in our agenda. It's just mine's in color. Because after yesterday, my eyes are really strained. And good morning to you, Rachel. And we are going to ask you you have a summary for us. It takes us through a little bit of history, tells us how we've already spent some money. And I think that's the right way to start. That way everybody knows what the starting point is. And like that one is so small. Let's see. There you go. Perfect. Okay, Rachel, you may unmute and get us going.
Let me share the screen so Commissioner Modas can see it.
Okay, hang on. Commissioner Modis, it's coming your way. Tom Leatherby is on as well. You'll remember.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Let me know when you'd like me to go ahead and get started. I do see the PowerPoint is up.
Yes.
Okay. So this PowerPoint presentation accompanies the allocation spreadsheet that was attached to the agenda as well. They can be reviewed in tandem. They include the same information. This presentation provides a visual overview of the ARPA funds that are included in that spreadsheet that have been allocated to date, followed by, as the judge mentioned, some insights into community support for the projects that have been allocated to date based on conversations we had with community members and practitioners and court members as well as department leaders. related to where they want ARPA funds to go, as well as feedback the county received following their online American Rescue Plan Act survey. So as I stated, this slide here visualizes the numbers and totals that are included in the attached spreadsheet. The first bar here represents the total the county has received out of their American Rescue Plan Act State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund allocation. The county received a $70.3 million allocation, and to date has received half of that, totaling 35 and a little more million. The second bar represents how much has been allocated to date to various projects across the expenditure categories and to admin expenses. To date, the county has allocated approximately 20% of their total $70.3 million allocation, totaling about $14 million across projects and admin. The bottom two bars represent what that $14 million looks like across lost revenue projects versus other projects, public health projects, water infrastructure projects, and so on. I'll start with the yellow bar here. This yellow bar is the amount that the county has available under their lost revenue. As we've spoken about before, under that lost revenue eligibility category, recipients are able to use state and local fiscal recovery funds to provide government services up to the amount of lost revenue that they lost due to the pandemic. Under the final rule, as I've noted on this slide, the U.S. Treasury included an option for recipients to select a standard allowance of $10 million for revenue loss for the entire period of performance, as opposed to calculating the amount of lost revenue the recipient has. The court did accept that standard allowance option, which is why there is $10 million available in that bar to be allocated to general government projects. I do want to note here, and this will inform our conversation today and what projects you all discuss within this bucket, that there is a lot of flexibility within the lost revenue bucket in terms of what revenue loss funds can be spent on compared to what projects are eligible under the other SAGE bucket above yellow. With the caveat in the new guidance that recipients are able to use amounts out of their lost revenue bucket to match funds for other federal programs, including FEMA PA, CDBG, and many of the new programs coming out of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So because the funding under this bucket, the $10 million, is really flexible, any decision to expend funds within this category should be made with due care and consideration to try to save as much of those funds as possible.
Rachel, let me just stop you right there because I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So, you know, sometimes we have all day. Unfortunately, today we don't. We're just going to noon. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So what I hear you say in plain English is that we got $70 million and we have remaining total allocated is 14.7. So we've spent 14.7 million already, and you have backup documentation on that. But what's remaining is 55 million. Is that correct? Let's just start there.
That is correct.
Okay,
yes.
So everybody is on the same page. We're not working, the math problem starts at 55 million, okay? And then you also say that the total allocated to revenue loss is 3.1. So we have a bucket of $10 million that we're allowed, and we've already spent out of that 10 million bucket 3.1, and we have 6.8 left. And that's where the most of the flexibility is. That's that lost revenue equals government services. So when it comes to like infrastructure projects, or that's where we are at $6.8 million. If there's no other eligibility for that infrastructure, if it's just, you know, trying to think of, you know, something. If it's not, doesn't have a nexus to mental health, it doesn't have a nexus to water or wastewater or broadband, that's what's left, 6.83. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so just on this page, commissioners, before she moves on, are there any questions?
Yeah, if you'll just break down
Go ahead.
again what the 60 $6,371,000 when it says total allocated to
Where are you?
EC 1
Oh.
through 5 projects.
Can you bring up that? You want to break down what we've already spent?
No, I just want to show what the EC 1 through 5 are. In other
Okay.
words, there's the allocated to revenue loss, and mine did not print real well, there's the, go back here.
10 million.
Yeah, 10 million, that's for revenue loss projects, and then there's EC 1 through 5. So let's just, I
Okay.
just wanted to go through those.
Could you do that, Rachel, please, for us?
It's on the next page, but I just want
Right.
to kind of show it, if that's okay. So
No problem.
you got 60 million that can go to public health, or these 5 categories,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay, public health, negative impacts, improving public sector capacity, premium pay, water, sewer, and broadband. Those are E1 through 6, right?
E1 through,
5, sorry.
Five, sorry.
Yes, you're right. And then where are 6 and 7? Again, I'm sorry, mine cut off when I printed it wrong, and so it's too wide. I'm just making, okay, so 6 is revenue loss and 7 is administrative, right?
right.
So are these numbers below them?
So those represent, Rachel, just so everybody knows, go back. Those represent where we have already allocated, right? See those bottom numbers? Go to your next slide, the very bottom.
And these are the categories that we have 60 million total for. What I'm trying to determine is,
Not 60, yeah, that's what we have left.
well, no, it was 60 out of the 70. I'm sorry. It's kind of hard to go back and forth between these screens. So go down again. My apologies. I mean, the other way. So here, right, it says we have total allocated,
We've spent that.
but that's 60 million. That can't be what we
No,
spent.
we spent 10, the remaining,
Right.
your balance sheet is on the right side.
Right, so the right side is how much we can spend for E1 through 5, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's how much we can spend, and then and we've spent 10 in EC 1 through 5, right? And then we've got 10 down here for revenue loss, and we've spent 3.
3, 1, yeah.
So when you say total allocated to EC 1 through 5, does that mean we haven't allocated anything to 6 and 7?
If you scroll down to the next, yes, on this slide, on the previous slide, you had 60 million to allocate to projects that are not lost revenue.
That are not lost revenue, okay.
In EC6. So you have, without any funding allocated, 10 million under EC6 revenue loss, replacing lost public sector revenue.
Okay.
Of that 10 million available, you have allocated 2.2 million to 2 projects. That's the IT upgrades and the septic system project. Right on this slide, you have 890,000 allocated to a water, sewer, and broadband project. Because we haven't received project descriptions for that project and we haven't conducted a thorough eligibility estimation yet, that may move into a revenue loss project, which is why on the previous slide, the revenue loss total is 3 million, because we've included the stormwater equipment under revenue loss as a potential contingency.
Okay.
So to date, you have likely allocated 3 million to lost revenue projects, pending further analysis on that stormwater equipment and IT upgrades.
So as long as something fits under categories 1 through 7, i.e. infrastructure, we could, if the court wanted to, we could do all the rest of it to infrastructure and be okay under this plan. Is that correct?
No.
What do you mean by infrastructure, Commissioner?
Well, I mean, water, sewer, broadband, I guess. I mean, I don't know what.
Upgrade a building has been.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what.
Ask her what you have to.
You can define infrastructure.
You have to define it, but it has to be. The bottom line is maybe let's get into what you want to spend, and then we can talk about it. Let's finish this, the rest of it.
Well, I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear on the.
Well, the infrastructure is the hardest one. It's got to be water, wastewater, stormwater, drainage, sewer, otherwise, or a mental health nexus. Otherwise, it's going to have to run into lost revenue. That lost revenue is the smallest pot for the biggest ticket items. And that's where it gets tricky. Like, let's just take Briscoe King, because that's what you're thinking. Briscoe King,
And all the stuff that we've got is infrastructure. I mean, there's a lot of
No,
stuff coming up that are
a
building.
lot of stuff, but I'm using Briscoe King as
Sure,
a
you
good
can.
example. Briscoe King does not have a component of much but infrastructure. I've really thought long and hard about it. It really needs to be in that bucket of lost revenue, because it just does not fit into water, sewer, or broadband. It does not fit into mental health, although you could make a nice little argument for it, but it would be a long haul unless you made it a wellness center.
Well,
It really is inside that revenue loss.
Well, I
That's
mean,
government
or
services.
partially. I mean, you could certainly argue that some of the water,
Well-
sewer, and broadband infrastructure could go into, you could
Okay, so
split it.
broadband means something, it's not like Wi-Fi.
That's what I was going to ask her, is what is the definition of infrastructure? So, and I'm sorry, I
Judge,
got
could
it.
I add a little on this?
Yeah, please go ahead. Tom?
My team went ahead and prepared a quick reference guide for what is infrastructure and what is not infrastructure. Would it be useful if I sent that out? That could be used over the course of the remainder of the discussion today.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd like to see it.
Go ahead.
The basics are that water projects have to tie back to the Clean Water or Drinking Water State Revolving Fund or be related to providing service to new areas. Sewer projects and stormwater projects also have to tie back to revolving funds or general water quality issues. And then broadband projects have to be fiber in the ground that increase speeds to certain specified upload and download. They can't just be Wi-Fi or cybersecurity improvements. But I will go ahead and send that document out right now.
Okay. I guess what I wanted the point of the last two slides was to tell the audience, look, we started with 70.371, and we have a great breakdown of the money that we have allocated, which is totaling 14.7. The majority of that came from our law enforcement retention program, plus our countywide premium pay, plus some other items that the court authorized and appropriated over the course of the last year. That breakdown is available, but for today's discussion, it's just good to know where we're starting and how much of the lost revenue of what we've already allocated is somewhat committed. And that's what that yellow box is.
And then can you also define for me the improving public sector capacity? I just have. it's not-
EC3, Tom?
Yeah, I've got questions not just related to Briscoe King. I'm just trying to figure out what, like improving public sector capacity, what's the definition of that? I mean,
Sure. EC3, Expenditure Category 3, is a relatively new category that came out with the final rule guidance, and that allows recipients to spend fiscal recovery funds on projects designed to improve public sector capacity. What those projects look like are rehiring staff that lost their jobs due to COVID-19, filling new positions that support your capacity. So you have new attorneys come in, you have the environmental officer. This is also where they allow you to use funds for retention bonus programs, which is where you have the law enforcement program. So this is just supporting your workforce, as well as supporting administrative needs that were created or exacerbated by the pandemic, supporting your data services to support communities, accessing programs funded through the state and local fiscal recovery fund. So overall, just supporting the support you all are providing to the county.
Okay, that's good for now, and then I wasn't going to get into the spending now. I just had some questions on the presentation, so I'm good, Judge.
Okay, awesome. We'll continue. The only thing is that there's a lot of folks here to talk about mental health. Do you see, the verbiage mental health is not here, but we know it's a huge component of the act itself. Would you help explain where, how those fit in these boxes? How those items or projects?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Under Expenditure Category 1, recipients are able to use state and local fiscal recovery funds to respond to the impact of COVID-19 on the public health response. This can include COVID-19 mitigation and prevention efforts, but this also includes supporting behavioral health projects, mental health projects, substance misuse projects, other projects that are supporting the general public and the impact it's had on mental health.
Okay, super. Okay, your next two slides, I think, are slides we have, but I don't know if the court wants to spend time on it, but do you want to go ahead and just highlight that they're with us? Just tell everybody what they are, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on them, court, unless you want to, but it's important just for you to know what they're here for. Go ahead.
Sure. As a background here, for every project the court funds with state and local fiscal recovery funds, our team and the departments that are administering the American Rescue Plan Act on your side, we try to identify the community impact that each project is having and whether there's support from the community for that project. One place that we look is results from the online survey. That's what you see here. These are the priorities that respondents, Nueces County residents, provided when they were asked what do they want to spend American Rescue Plan Act funds on. So we see government services, education, mental health, infrastructure, and when we are evaluating the impact of projects, this is what we look at to determine what community needs are.
Okay, thank you.
And on the next slide, we also have results from the in-person engagements. If anyone in the audience today came to any of those events, these were the priorities that came out of the conversations from the 4 in-person listening sessions. So again, we see the same priorities pop up. Nueces County residents cared about mental health, drainage and stormwater, households, parks, community centers, same types of projects coming up to help support the court's priorities and funding allocation decisions moving forward.
Okay. Thank you. So they're here to be a huge resource to us, but that's what they've got here so that we can get going. I'm going to call on Bobby Chestnut now and Larry Firkin so that we can start the conversation. I'll just lead by saying that I do support a countywide drainage maintenance and operation contract because it's the only way we're going to get to where we can clean these ditches and culverts, and to do that we need dollars, and thank goodness these dollars actually have water and drainage as a precept. So with that, how do you may proceed.
I'm just wanting to, the question is now that we've seen the slides and stuff, has the money already been allocated for these drainage ditches and stuff? Nothing has been actually dispersed whatsoever.
No, sir.
Because we were under the standing that several months ago, the court had said that their money was there. There was like, I forget, $2 million, $6 million, something like that had been allocated, and there was some work done. And if you'll remember, Judge and Commissioners, we asked at that time, we had a project going in our neighborhood for drainage, and it stopped, and we asked, and you said no, that it was going to continue.
I think those were individual. So let me just clear the air. So today, the purpose of today is to see if we can get some funds allocated for the big contract.
Right.
But I think each commissioner might have. Do you want to answer that?
Yes,
I think he might have some funds.
Well, I am trying to appropriate some funds, and I do spend my money wisely in my area. But I think what you're talking about is when and associates were here, that y'all went to the back room and they explained to you why one portion of my area was excluded because it wasn't in the watershed or something. And I had given $155,000 to Halves and Associates to do my study to include that area. Turns out that I didn't know about it. This Tri-County study had been going on since 2020 or something like that. And there was a grant. So they took my $155,000, took the grant money, did the study, but didn't include that portion of my area. So right now I'm in the process of asking them for my money back, and I was told that maybe I can pull it out of the grant since it's money that's already spent. But that's where I'm at with that part. But I am trying to get my monies and do the best I can with the area. I've only been here a year and 6 months. I used to work for the county for 22 years, and all I heard from commissioners' courts when people would complain that they were trying to do studies and nothing would get done. So I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to actually get the work done. I've been talking to, I don't know if you all know, one of your neighbors, Mr. Powell. He has taken me around, and the county engineers, Mr. Zamora has been there, not with us, but I went to a meeting at your house, okay? And I explained to you there at that moment that I was going to do something about your problem, but I can only do so much. Mr. Pimentel, the county engineer, keeps telling me I can't do what they're asking me to do because then we're going to flood the other people downstream, and then the county's going to be held liable. So we can only do so much, and I've tried to do my part in cleaning your ditches out, okay? I don't know that. I'm not privy to that information, but he keeps telling me. I wish he was here so we could ask him.
To produce that because there's just miles and miles of ditch out there, and we're just going into the ditches that Robstown is going into and going out to the Oso. So
But
who are we flooding?
I think Mr. Chestnut was just trying to figure out if there was some work done. I thought that there was some work done with cleaning of ditches.
That's the work.
That's all he's talking about.
They come in and dug the ditches in our neighborhood, which did not help anything but make a retention pond in the neighborhood. The problem there was, but my question was, we were told or we misunderstood that the appropriation money had already been given for part of this work. And when we asked if the work was going to continue, this was back last fall, and the court said yes, that it was going to continue, that project there was not going to stop, but it has stopped. And my question mainly is, do we have the funds? Do you have the funds yet? Or is this part of the process of allocating all the funds?
So to me, what I'm talking about is this is part of the process of allocating the funds for an RFP. But I do want to know about the starting of your ditch. You're talking about a study. He's talking about actual dirt being moved.
No, I understand,
and turned.
But he's also concerned how the funds are being appropriated, how they're being spent. And I'm trying to explain to him that I spent $155,000.
I understand what he's saying. He said that he gave up $155,000 for the study, where he could have used that $155,000 to hire someone or employees or whatever to go ahead and clean the ditches all the way to the Oso.
Exactly.
And that's what I understand he's saying now. And we were understanding that the money was already there for the projects.
And what we should do is on that specific, you can maybe ask Juan to come up and he can talk about, because if somebody moved dirt, there had to be a project that was funded. Yeah. So Day is already working on that. But go ahead. I'm going to let you finish so that we can move on to Mr. Firkin.
Excuse me, if I may add, the way I funded it was through my budget. Okay, we rented 2 or 3 grade-offs at $3,000 a day, and $3,000 to bring them down. But there was it wasn't money that was in my budget. Okay, so I just thought I'd put it to good use and try and help you all.
You did a fairly good. I'm not being destructive or constructive. What the work that was done in our neighborhood did not help the problem at all. There's still a restriction at the back, but we're getting off of the reason for the meeting today.
Right.
Well, there's one right there. We can ask him.
My question was
today was the day.
Right. Right. Today we found out that the money was not actually allocated for this project. He was using his budget
That's
money
correct.
for that. Okay.
That's correct.
Another question I have is, can you explain the lost public revenue, how that, what it is and how it comes about?
Yes. So when the original act, when Congress appropriated, and I'm going to let Rachel pipe in here, but the quick version is when Congress appropriated the act, they said that we would be able, as counties and cities who were eligible to receive these funds, be able to calculate our lost revenue and be able to use that lost revenue for certain permissive activities that weren't already specified in the act.
What is causing the lost revenue?
So for us, mainly fees, fines, our courts, when they're not operational, we are just, completely during COVID, it really shut down. And so our accountants basically calculated lost revenue. But then in January, Congress came back, well, not Congress, the Treasury, Department of Treasury that allocates these dollars and sets forth what they call the rules. They came back and said, you know what, there's so much work involved in making these calculations. What we're going to do for you counties is we're just going to say you get to elect, you can do your calculation or just elect $10 million, you declare it lost revenue, and that amount of money has special permission to use in special ways. So that's an area that what if your project's not water, not broadband, not mental health, not all these other things, but it's still a great project? Well, you have $10 million to work inside of. So let me give you a great example. Lifeguard services. Last summer, there was a legislation passed that required us to create almost within 30, 60 days lifeguard services that we didn't already have. So this court used $300,000 and allocated to lifeguard services from this bucket of dollars. So you can use lost revenue and just pretend in your mind, put an equal sign and say government services. So if it's a government service that you want to appropriate, but it doesn't fit nicely into any of those other areas, which most of them don't, that's where you're going to fund it, inside that lost revenue. Does that make sense?
I've been involved in some other government entities. When the government
Need to be on your microphone.
Okay, Miss
I want you on the mic,
Miss
sir.
Connie wants you on the mic because it's hard to hear online.
Some government entities, when they grant an entity like, say, $60 million for a project, the next thing you know, by the time the entities get people on board, for instance, secretaries, treasurers, cars, trucks, it's down to 10 million. And the money's all gone, and there's nothing really gets done. That's why I was asking about why is this called public revenue?
Yeah, so what we've done is, so for example, when the county attorney, when we started this year, she said, I need another county attorney. And the budget wasn't flexible. So we were able to use government services equals lost revenue, some of those dollars to help us hire people. And that's why you see that we're starting today's workshop with, some dollars already expended. But don't get me wrong, it came to court, got vetted, talked about it. So, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You bet.
Can I ask on this? I'm confused on this issue. So
Go ahead.
Yeah,
On his ditch or
yeah,
just something
right, well,
different?
on the issue. So y'all live in Robstown, right? It's a Robstown address?
They
No,
live
but I
in
mean, I thought you had
Kelowna.
a Robstown address, right?
It's just a postal deal.
I don't understand. So-
Amazon has a Robstown address. It's right next to Border Patrol and the airport. It's just a postal deal.
But
Don't
what's
worry
it-
about Robstown.
So you're not in the city limits of Robstown?
No.
Okay. And,
Kelowna School District, but in Robstown address.
Yeah.
so you,
It's just for postal code purposes. I've asked
I'm just
that.
making sure. So you vote in the city of Corpus Christi?
No.
You vote in Robstown?
I can vote in Corpus Christi and or Robstown.
No.
We're outside the city.
So you were in Robstown city limits?
No, we're in no
They're in ET.
You're in
They're
Nueces County, but
unincorporated.
you're not in
They're in
anybody's
ETJ,
city limits.
ETJ.
You're in the ETJ. Okay. But does the drainage district out there not have anything to do with this area?
Precinct number 1.
I'm sorry?
Precinct number 1.
No, the drainage district.
Yeah, number
The-
2 it's called DD2.
So the drainage district does not cover any of your area out there, nor the city of Robstown, because you're not in the city of Robstown. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get clear. All right, thank you.
And it is confusing on the, trust
my
me, I've
gosh,
done the
yeah.
same thing where,
Right.
but it's all postal related. Okay. We haven't given you your 3 minutes. You're entitled to them, sir. You're welcome to it, or you can hang back as we talk more about drainage. Which, Mr. Firkin, either way.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on what Mr. Hernandez was talking about, that his funds were out of the blue, taken without him even knowing.
No, I don't.
No, there's one Pimentel can probably explain to you better. He was talking to Ms. Ross. But what I did, I was advised to do a study in that area of my precinct, which includes, I guess, you all's, because we were going to apply for grants. And I was told, you do this study, so when the grants come up, you'll be ahead of the game, and we've already done some work. Well, I did that not knowing that there was a grant, tri-county study, water study, drainage, with Halves and Associates were doing it. But this is that talks have been going on for since 2020, and I didn't know that. So I was advised if I did my study, I could be ahead of the game when we would apply for grants. So I did pay my $155,000 to Halves and Associates. Okay, they were here, and those are the same people that took you to the back room in the judge's office and explained to you. I wasn't there, but
No, we were taken to the back with Louis. We weren't ever taken to the back with Half and Associates. Well, we met with Half and Associates at the first drainage meeting. We never met personally with Half and Associates.
I guess Louis must have knowledge of what was going on, but that's my intent. That was my intent, and still is. That's why I agreed to pay the $155,000. But I think we can get a better explanation from Juan. He knows what's going on.
Okay, Juan, and we are trying to do workshop, but here's the bottom line. They had some work done in their area where actual ditches were cleaned, but then the work stopped. Just so we can get back on track, can you help on that?
Well, Judge and Commissioners, good morning. The work was never stopped. The work was completed. It was completed in the neighborhood within Valley View.
Okay, thank you.
Again, we've cleaned out the ditches on the downstream side, which was part of the RRT, which they assisted us last year, and we went back and cleaned it up with our equipment to clean up the downstream side of it. And Judge and Commissioners, I guess the main thing here is that, and I think I made a point here a few courts ago when Ms. Smith was here regarding Broad Acres, is that what's going to happen is that if you end up opening the gate on the downstream side, all you're going to do is put water in somebody else's front porch. And at the end of the day, who's going to be liable for that? As a county engineer and representing the Commissioner's Court, I don't want to put Nueces County or commissioners in that situation. So all we're doing is we're just maintaining what we have right now and putting it back to its original state, the way the engineer or whoever designed it originally is being put to its original state. Now, I know that Mr. Firkin, right? Yes. I know that Mr. Firkin has requested that Public Works or Nueces County or somebody go and clean ditches within the city of Robstown. And we as Public Works, we cannot go into somebody else's backyard and start cleaning somebody else's ditches. So I think that would be something that either City of Robstown needs to coordinate with the Drainage District, but that doesn't fall within our jurisdiction.
Okay,
So, hold
you've
on.
answered the question, though.
Well, wait, hold on. Explain again how it's going to flood someone else. Can you just elaborate on that?
Commissioner, to simplify it, it's just like having, how can I do this? It's like having a straw, and you're going to put a bigger pipe to drain, and you're going to make it bigger, and the water's going to flow a lot faster to those people on the downstream side. In other words, all you're doing is you're just moving somebody else's problem into somebody else's problem downstream.
And so what is downstream?
And Commissioner, just to let you know, and I think a lot of people don't understand this, is that our drainage crosses underneath or goes through City of Robstown. Some of the I say ours, right? But it's a combination of everybody's drainage, right? It goes to the City of Robstown. It goes underneath TxDOT. TxDOT has their culverts that are designed to a certain capacity. I'm assuming it's probably a 25-year capacity or a 50-year capacity. The culverts that were probably originally designed within the subdivisions were only designed maybe to a 2-year capacity or maybe a 10-year capacity. So in other words, all you're doing is just moving water, and you only have certain capacity. That you can probably do what you can do within the upstream site, but on the downstream site, you're still going to have, and I don't want to call it a choking point. It's just what it was designed at that point, and this was probably 50, 60 years ago. So, and that said, that's the reason why, in recommending, I guess, with the commissioners, and I know discussing here within the past 4 years that I've been here, is the only thing you can do is create some type of retention facilities in order so you can stage the water to slow it down or capture the water in those detention and retention ponds and then slowly release it to the downstream site. I know a lot of people want to be engineers, but at the end of the day, I'm the ones as the county engineer, and this is what I recommend to the court. And that in other words, we can't do anything in order to increase water to go to somebody else's front property.
Okay, just 1 second. We're going to take, he has his hand raised. So here's the situation. I'm trying to keep us staying on track. Just so you know, Juan, because we said, hurry, get Juan up here. The question you helped answer is very important. The question Mr. Chestnut had was, there was work done, and then he thought it had been stopped. You've answered 2 questions, but I want you to say, yep, the work was not stopped. The work, that you did work, and it was funded through your, I imagine, your budget.
Yes, ma'am. The work,
Okay.
that was performed out there was to clean the ditches and put them back to its original state.
Perfect.
In addition, like I said.
And it comes from the funding source was your budget?
It comes from Public Works.
Budget.
And
Got
I think Commissioners assisted, I know Commissioners assisted with some of the other projects in their areas with the RIT.
Right. I just want you to know that was why we brought you up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are the questions. You helped answer them. Commissioner, we can talk about this later, but the Tri-County Drainage Study, the purpose of it is to create those recommendations so that we can act upon them and hopefully get the funding for them. That's in the process. But their work, because he said to me, hey, in the fall, we came here and you said you were going to do some work. That's the work that got done. Does that help, Mr. Chestnut? I know it doesn't help with your, but it helps to answer the question.
When he said the work continued, you can leave our neighborhood.
They completed.
Down the ditches that we haven't questioned. Nothing's been done downstream.
Can you help with that one? Can you answer that?
Yes, ma'am. What we've done, what we've done is we clean out the ditches off of, the main complaint was that the ditches on County Road 52 between 1889 and County Road 69 were not clean. Those were the ditches that were cleaned by RRT with our assistance, and we went out there and we cleaned those up. We even went out there, and this is where we hired hydrovac machines to clean out the culverts on the downstream site. And with the assistance of the Water District number 3 from Robstown, they've also cleaned out the structures that are crossing within the irrigation ditch. And this would happen about a few months ago, and they notified me. So it was a combination of help from the Water District.
Got it.
And so it's been done.
Right. Okay. So today's workshop, to bring us back home, is there's going to be multiple discussions about where to allocate funds. Part of the discussion, from my perspective, is to allocate a significant amount of money for drainage. And what I mean by that is cleaning as many county-wide ditches and culverts so that we can get back to status quo, a maintenance and operations contract. That's what the people in the survey and all the jurisdictions and whatnot.
Aren't we doing that?
We're doing that, Commissioner.
No, that's not what the people say.
Well, Judge, I think.
Hold on. Just because, no, all due respect, hold on. He just came up and gave us a very clear explanation of what's been done. This gentleman, with all due respect, is shaking his head no the whole time. If you've got an engineer, we've listened. This is not supposed to be a workshop on what we're doing here. So he's doing it, Judge. And if you don't think he's doing it, just because people say he's not doing it, then you need to show me where he's not doing it. Y'all need to show us where he's not doing this.
So what I'd like for you to do is attend.
Can I finish?
I'd like to invite Mr. Justin for a ride. Take him for a ride.
Judge,
but let's get back on
track.
track.
A circus today. Again.
No, it's not.
It is,
this is called letting the people have their say.
But I can't have my say. I can't talk without being interrupted. I've let you talk.
You're funny.
I've let you talk. I've let you talk. But I can't finish a statement without the judge interrupting me or him interrupting me. So I'd like to finish. It'd be great. I'm happy to let them all talk. But can I talk? Please. So Juan has come up here and given us a detailed explanation of what he does. He cleans ditches regularly. If there is some proof that it is not being done, or there is an engineer's analysis that we need to do something different, then I need to see, this court needs to see some engineering analysis, not just, with all due respect, these people keep coming and disagreeing with our county engineer, who's an engineer, who says he's doing the work, who just gave an explanation of what he's cleaned, that we're doing it on a regular basis. If not, then great. Someone needs to bring us something from an engineer or something that says we're not doing it right, we're not doing it enough, because he says it floods downstream. Mr. Pimentel says, or he said it won't flood anybody downstream, so we bring our engineer up and he said, yes, it will. And I'm going to lean on the county engineer because he's the county engineer. If someone else has another engineer that wants to show that our engineer is incorrect and the two of them can sit down and work on something, that's fine. But we have gone ad nauseum, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth with allegations. We send people to go talk. Everybody's unhappy about it. We can't continue to do this.
Commissioner?
Hold on. They need to get an engineer to show him where he's wrong. They need to find someone to say, you're not cleaning it right, you're not doing it right. I know you feel like he's not, but we rely on the county engineer because he's a professional. His license is on the line. He comes up here and tells us the exact opposite of what y'all are telling us, or not the exact opposite, but differently. And I haven't even weighed in on this because it's not my precinct, but I've sat here and listened to this for hours and hours, and this is the first time I've even weighed in on it because we're getting nowhere. The judge is making a suggestion that we're already doing. If we need more money for it, Juan, then you need to ask us to allocate for more drainage cleaning, then great. But to suggest that we're not doing
Commissioner,
that.
Commissioner,
Commissioner.
hold on. Others want to speak over here.
Get it.
He wants to say
I
something.
get it, but I get to finish.
Okay, Commissioner
And I don't
Hernandez,
interrupt
you need to let him finish.
I don't interrupt anybody. So
Hernandez wants to go
If
next.
we need more money, Juan, then you should come forward as the Public Works Director. If we do, if you need more ditch cleaning money, then today's the day you need to say, hey, I could use another whatever set aside.
What are my recommendations?
In addition to what we're already doing, because to suggest that we're not doing it already is ridiculous. We are. Maybe we need to do more. Not arguing that. Maybe we need to clean it more regularly to make it better for these people. That's okay. If you need more money to do that, then you need to say to this court, I need to set aside $1 million. We need to, please, court, set aside $1 million, $2 million, whatever you think you need to better clean our drainage in all parts of the county, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what we're here for today. And then maybe in that process, we can get a more regular plan that can clean these ditches more regularly. Because you're right, we can't go into Robstown and clean their ditches.
That's
all we
right.
can do is clean ours.
That's right.
I'm hoping that they're showing up at Robstown and the drainage district there and complaining to them, and as they should, about the drainage ditches in Robstown. I'm hoping you're going there, and I'm sure you are, because we can't clean Robstown's ditches. But if you need more money, Juan, you need to tell us that.
Yes,
Today's the day. So
Yes.
that's the whole, that's where I'm
Yeah.
trying to end up. is
Yes, sir.
Commissioner,
Now go ahead.
Yes,
Commissioner,
sir.
wait
Yes,
a
sir.
second, Juan. Wait.
I'm
Commissioner
asking-
Hernandez wants
But
to
I'm
say
asking
something.
him questions, Judge. I'm asking Juan questions. Do you believe we need more money for drainage in parts of the county so you can clean more regularly, and how much, if so?
Commissioner, and I know that with these ARPA monies, y'all did purchase us some additional grade alls that we have for cleaning ditches. I know that we didn't have enough equipment. And of course, staff is another issue, right? So hopefully with these new pieces of equipment, like we promised court, is that we're gonna start having a piece of equipment in every precinct to be doing maintenance on some of these ditches. And that's what this equipment is for, the new pieces of equipment. So, yes, sir,
I got you down for $2 million.
And if there's more, and if you need more, because
Yes,
if
sir.
these ditches need to be cleaned more regularly, because it's doing what they're doing, because I do not want these people to keep having to come here but there's only so much we can do, right? We can only do what we can do in Nueces County.
Yes, sir.
And then hopefully maybe you can talk to the people in Robstown and say, hey, look, we're going to be cleaning more. Could you look at it? Because I'm sure Robstown wants to help too. So maybe they don't. I don't know. But I would hope I think they would.
Yes,
So-
sir. And Commissioner, and for us to go into somebody else's area, like you said, we barely have the personnel and some of the equipment that we need in order to clean our ditches within our area. How can we go into somebody else's backyard and start cleaning there when we don't even, when we're kind of I know we're staff and equipment, we're kind of limited, and we're trying to keep up. And then by us going into somebody else's backyard and start cleaning their ditches, well, we have people like this that are going to start be complaining that their dishes aren't being cleaned. So we got to make sure we take care of our stuff first before we start going and taking care of somebody else's.
Okay.
So with all due respect to everybody.
Commissioner,
Thank you. I am now through after being interrupted repeatedly. Thank you.
Excuse me, one.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you recall when Mr. Zamora first called us and he said he wanted to meet with us.
Yes, sir.
We went to his house, right?
Yes, sir.
And I introduced myself and I introduced you guys as the experts. You and Jerry are the experts on, you're the expert on engineering.
Yes,
Jerry's the expert on the roads, because it's the same. And I'm only a county commissioner. I don't think there's too many county commissioners that are engineers or things like that that can really go out there and explain to you and tell you, well, this is why I'm going to do it because I know. No, this is why I take my experts with me so they can explain to y'all. I don't just go by myself. I take them with me because they'll be the ones doing the talking. They'll be the ones telling you what's the problem and how we're going to fix it. All they look up to me, supply me the money, and I can get it done. Okay? And that's what I can do.
okay, so,
And Commissioner, just to add to that, I mean, there's other neighborhoods that would have loved to have what we did for this neighborhood and other neighborhoods within
I
these
agree.
areas.
I agree.
They would have loved for us to go in there and start cleaning their ditches and doing maintenance and, but like I said, we're getting to that point where we have a plan and we're going to take care of it.
so,
I agree, Juan, and because I did get some calls wanting to know if we were going to go into those neighborhoods.
Yes, sir.
And Judge, all I'm asking you, will you help me get my $155,000 from Half and Associates since your project manager is Susan Ross?
so let's put that on another day to discuss, because I have lots to say about that. But right now, for ARPA, the point here was to talk, first of all, I want to bring it back home. Wastewater and water and drainage are eligible projects for ARPA. First of all, and I just want to address this very briefly, Commissioner Chesney, you asked whether or not this is isolated. This is not isolated. You have not attended one of our infrastructure drainage workshops. We've had over 5 of them. Every one of them are filled with residents who we use huge maps, and they come in and they place dots using color-coded dots, working with our engineers, ICE, HAF, Ardora, Bel Air. All of the team members are there. You've not attended any of these meetings.
And if any of those meetings had anything to do in my precinct?
Yes.
Which one?
Yes.
Which one?
Well,
Which
for
one?
one thing, I'd have to explain to you that water and drainage knows no boundaries. We have 4 HUC 10
You don't
watersheds.
attend a lot of things that I do in my precinct.
Okay,
If you're
I
going to
can-
sit here and
Hey,
accuse me of
Brett,
things, then let's
you're like-
justify it. You
you're
want to
the
go back and
biggest
forth? Let's go back and
hypocrite
forth all
about
morning.
interruptions.
Because you're attacking me, so I get to respond to you. I'm not going to sit here and just
Okay.
take it.
Can I just say?
Look, wait a
Bring me
second.
into
Let
a
me
conversation,
finish.
Bring me in.
Let
If
me
you don't,
finish.
then have
Let
me
me finish.
Then leave me out of it.
Please
and then,
let me finish.
I will. But
You-
don't
you-
bring me into it, or I'll come back into it.
We know how you like to hit
And
back.
we know how you like to criticize people, so I'm not going to take it anymore. You criticize me, Judge, I'm going to respond. I've taken it for 3 years. I'm done taking it. I'm done taking it from you, Judge. You're going to criticize me, I'm coming back at you. So just feel free to do whatever you want. I've sat here nicely and patiently for 3 years, but I have had it with your attacks. So go ahead.
Okay. Again, at all these drainage workshops, there are lots and lots of opportunities to create maps. Juan has been there, and so is Public Works, and all of the engineers that are working countywide. It is very clear that we do not have enough time on our side to tackle all of the drainage issues that we have in advance of the next hurricane season and the next flood. Last July was evidence of that. We got hit twice in May and July. And if Juan had all the time in the world and all the equipment in the world, and that's all he was doing, no other work, I might agree. But that's not the reality. And the engineers, you asked whether or not the engineers could show you a different analysis. And what I'm telling you is that we're holding tri-county drainage county workshops with the Texas Water Development Board, with all these engineers, with all our residents. It affects all our precincts. It affects all our county.
And my staff has been there, Judge, just so you know.
Right, but you haven't. And the reason that you're not aware of how much we need countywide drainage cleaning is because you haven't been there.
Countywide drainage.
That's all I'm talking
I was involved
about.
in the study. I passed the study. I advocated for the study. I can't go to every single thing that you set meetings for, so I send my staff when I can't go because I'm at another meeting in my precinct related to stuff that I do. But to assume or to somehow insinuate that I'm not involved with this because I haven't gone to the meetings that you call without consulting the rest of us, you just set the meetings and you don't tell us about them, and then we just have to figure out if we can go or not go, then I can't make all of the things, but my staff has been there, has represented to me what goes on. And so again, to try to imply that I don't know what's going on with drainage is just, again, your attempt to muddy the waters from what we're talking about today. And I'm not going to continue to let that happen without coming back at you and saying you're wrong and disagreeing with you. If you want to bring me into a conversation like you just did when it was not necessary, you could have made your point without trying to criticize me. I'm not going to take it. So we've all sat here and been beat up by you for 3 years. I'm not going to take it anymore. What the other commissioners do is up to them, but I'm not. So you're wrong in what you're saying. I disagree with what you're saying. I'm in tune with what's going on. I talk to Juan regularly about drainage. I talk to Public Works about drainage. I don't need to go to all the meetings you call to know what's going on with drainage. Thank you.
Excuse me, Judge, I don't
Can I
think...
hold on. Can I have the gentleman say what you want to say, sir, so we can, so you can sit down? So you want to say what you want to say?
Go ahead, sir.
Then I like to talk too, so.
Thank you. And as far as Mr. Chesney, I have brought pictures, countless pictures of what's going on, presented to you and everybody. I've given pictures to everybody here of the problem. Given a drawn diagram of where all the ditches are, where the problem areas are, and for Juan to say, okay, we've taken care of it. Well, when you just dig out right there, right at home, that doesn't take care of the problem. That does not take care of your problem. It builds up. All you're doing is making a retention pond right there in front of your house by digging out everything right there. You can't say I've taken care of you when you don't look at the big picture. And all these ditches that we have, they've been there for years. I've been here in my residence for 43 years. And I've seen countless of you commissioners up here, different judges, and it ends up being the same thing. Our ditches were built, and not to be a choking matter. As he seems to think that we need to leave it choked up so it doesn't flood somebody downstream. These ditches have been there for a long time. How are we going to flood somebody downstream when these ditches have been there for so many years and Robstown hasn't taken any initiative to clean out what they have down there? They've let the trees grow up in there, and we have gone to the meetings over there. And the mayor tells us, says, we don't have enough residents over there to take care of that ditch for you. We got other things to do. I said, but we've been there for 43 years and you haven't done anything. And and I caught him on the outside over here, and he says, well, I have asked the county for help, and they refuse to help me. And I said, well, come to the meeting here and say that. But say that in front of everybody here. Don't just hearsay it. Say it in front of all of you commissioners here, because he's telling us that he's been over here countless times asking for help to clean out that ditch. And we have not, and we also have another hole on County Road 50 that's not treed.
So do you?
And it's in the county, and there's been, all it takes is to remove the dirt.
Right, but see, in the
And
county.
it goes out, yes, it's still in the county.
But wait,
We don't have to go to, in somebody else's neighborhood.
But there's 10 cities in the county. We don't clean ditches in Port A. We don't clean ditches in Banquetti. We don't clean ditches in Agua Dulce. We don't clean ditches in Bishop. So Robstown has a responsibility to clean their own ditches.
That's
right?
correct.
So what I was asking Juan to do was to say, hey, how could we coordinate to where you clean your ditch, we clean our ditch? We can't clean every city's ditch that has a city incorporated. We are responsible for the areas in the unincorporated areas. We can't afford to clean Robstown, Bishop, Banquetti, Agua Dulce, Port Aransas. We can't. We don't have them. We can barely clean the ditches.
Banquetti's unincorporated.
Well, okay, but sorry.
Okay, but we still have a ditch over there on County Road 50 that leads out and goes
those
the
we
same
should
direction.
clean. And those we should clean. If
that-
those are ours, we should clean them.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
saying
We've
that-
asked for that in this courtroom, and I brought it up.
And he's just said he's cleaned them.
No, he
Have you
hasn't.
cleaned ditch on 52?
On 52. 52
No,
comes down 69.
On
And
County
69
Road.
has to go out by the way of Robstown or by the
But
by the
Mr.
ditch
Perkin,
on 50.
would you
meant
mind?
Okay, can we go ahead?
Okay, would you mind yielding so that we could, I
Yes.
want to continue with the workshop. The whole point of listening to all this is to decide whether or not sufficient dollars should be appropriated for continuing cleaning of ditches and culverts. That would be a maintenance and operations contract that would be issued through an RFP. That's really where we were going here. It's kind
Yes.
of ironic to me because the whole purpose of today, one, is to give you help so that you can have more resources to do maintenance and operations. Because as you know, since you've been to some of these workshops, there are dots everywhere. We ask the citizens to go put dots on maps where there is blockages. And the whole point is that our whole watershed is suffering. Our whole community is suffering. This isn't about, we have MOUs with every one of these jurisdictions, including drainage districts. It's about getting the job done. And what I'm asking you in this court is to help allocate good dollars, because they're eligible, for maintenance and operation. If you don't want them, speak now. But most of us up here on this side want to give you the opportunity to have dollars from ARPA. Are you saying to this court this morning that you do not want this court to allocate ARPA dollars for drainage, cleaning, maintenance, and operation countywide? I need to, Mr. Birkin, do you mind, would you yield? Because he needs to answer that question.
Go ahead and sit down,
And then
sir.
Gonzalez wants to basically talk about that. And then I want to move on to other subject matters. This was drainage. That's what we were hoping to accomplish for you today. Do you not advocate for that?
Well, you know what, Judge? I mean, I wasn't aware that this operation and maintenance budgets that are being or want to get allocated to Public Works, but to right now. But I just want to make sure is that are we reacting to? I mean, we haven't had the study. We don't have a complete study. We don't have a final study of what the watershed is doing. So are we reacting instead of trying to, I mean, shouldn't we have a study first before we start spending money on what we need to spend money on? I mean, that's my question as an engineer.
Okay. If you're going to ask me that, I'm going to ask you the question. Have you not seen all of the maps with all of the dots? When Half and Associates came with their modeling, we assumed status quo.
The only reason I say that, Judge, is because I know what the study that Commissioner
Hernandez.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. I know with that one, at least we have a plan of what we're planning on doing. And I know Commissioner Gonzalez, this morning, Gonzalez also has a plan of what we're planning on doing. So I mean, there's already a plan already ready to be able to mitigate some of these issues that are within these areas. And I think that's the reason why I think we kind of should have gone to that plan before we would have let these gentlemen speak.
Juan, I was trying to ask you a question.
Right, Commissioner? Right, Commissioner? 'Cause there's already a
Juan,
plan
do you
already
not
set.
want dollars allocated? You answered a question with a question.
Judge, He wants dollars.
He needs to say it. He hasn't said
I
it.
got his dollars marked here on my paper because I talked to
He
Juan.
needs to say it.
I think if we do these projects.
Just tell her yes, Juan. Tell her
Yes,
you want dollars.
yes, we want
Okay,
dollars.
thank you. All right.
And one, also ask him not to take money from your precinct to do other things that don't concern drainage or doesn't concern public works.
Yes, sir.
I
agree.
know they've taken quite a bit of money from your
I'm-
budget.
Yes, sir.
I think I'd like to say,
What
everybody's
a
talked,
nightmare.
I have a step for me, so, for the gentlemen that are here, sir, we wish we could stay in your area all year round, but we can't. The Public Works has to cover the whole county, and they only have a small crew to work. So while they might work in your area this month, you might not see them again for another 3-4 months. They can't stay there, working the whole year round. And like I said, today we're here to hopefully talk about drainage, get some money. I have my plan, Judge, and this is why I wanted to start at the beginning, because from here I think we know how much money we have left to work on that. But I think, Public Works needs, I talked to Juan about it. I would say I had $2 million earmark here for $2 million for Public Works, for drainage, to see what else we can do. I don't know if it's enough, probably not enough. But, I want you to understand one thing. When you have those meetings that the judge puts out,
It's not me.
the countywide, tri-county district drainage meetings, they're good meetings, and they're for a study. Millions of dollars for a study, which is needed. None of that money is going for infrastructure inside your property or inside anybody's property. See, people don't understand that. They go away from the meeting thinking, wow, they got 50 million, and now what are they going to do with it? Because people call me and say, we got so much money, how come we don't do anything? Well, that money is not to work in your property. That money is not to work in my area. That money is just for the study. And that when the study is finished, I'm sorry to say, but it's going to take another 3 or 4 years before we get some money to work in your area. So that's the way it is. I mean, I'm just telling you because you need to know. And some people get confused when they go to those meetings. We're trying to get some money today to work in your areas and other people's areas. That's our concern today. That's why today I'm going to ask that we all get $4 million as commissioners so we can work in our areas. But this is about, you need to understand that when they talk about the study for the Tri-County District, you're not going to get a penny to work in your infrastructure in your area. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. Now, here today, we're going to ask for some monies to hope we can work in your area. Because I'm asking also for $2 million for Public Works. I'm asking for $4 million for each commissioner so we can work on drainage. And we have a plan. I have 3 areas in my county that need drainage problems. And I have the plans here. The engineer has drawn those plans with the help of our engineer. I'm sure Commissioner Hernandez has the plans.
Same way.
For his area. I'm sure Commissioner might have his plans for his area. Commissioner Matis might have his plans for his area. But our hands are tied sometimes because all the money goes somewhere else. We need to have that money in our precinct. $4 million is not a lot of money. But if you put $4 million in each one, and that includes the judge, you're talking about $20 million. And then $2 million, and then inland parks, I have for them $5 million. And I have the River Authority here for $150,000. City of Driscoll, $150,000, because I think we owe them the drainage, the master plan they're supposed to have done. We took the money away from them. They need to get it back. Robstown Water District, $150,000. What I'm requesting today really comes out to about $38 million. So that gives us a balance of $17 million to work with anybody else that we can work with. But we have to take care of our county. Those ARPA funds are for us to try to work and take care of this county, your county. You know, I know you're not happy most of the time, and I'm sorry to say, I got people just like you in my area, you know, and they call me, and they complain, and they call, and, you know, and I call one and say, hey, go check this out, I got another complaint, and they go out there, and, you know, within at least a couple of days, they'll call me and say, we went out there, we checked it out, we talked to the people, and, you know, without money, we can't do anything. It's all about money. So we got an opportunity right now to work with this money to try to hopefully do some of these things now. I know we want to give money to everybody in the world, which is okay, but I think, for my opinion, I think we need to take care of our precincts, our county, before we start giving money away to everybody else. Because those ARPA funds are really funds that are given to Nueces County to hopefully take care of some more issues and try to help those that we can help. You know, people want 3 million, people want 4 million, people want 3. There's not enough money to do that. So I'm just, in my part, what I'm requesting for comes out to about, like I said, 30, maybe 38 million.
Commissioner, do you have it in writing where we could, can you just get copies, please?
Sure.
At least we have something to start discussing.
So my balance, Judge, after all this is 17 million that I.
Right, but just give us a copy.
Sure.
Or rewrite it, Ivey, for him and get that done.
But just let me finish it. So I'm not cutting you guys off or anything, and I really understand how you feel. I go through the same thing Commissioner Hernandez goes through every day. You know, every day. And I just got a call yesterday by County Road 81A. You know, and I thought we already been there, but they said it's not good enough. So I'm going back again, see what else can we do. But, you know, we try to serve the people as much as we can, as best as we can. And everything's about is money. You know, I think Public Works does need $2 million, you know, but then again, they're going to probably need another staff to work because, you know, they can't be everywhere at one time. So, I don't know how else to tell you this, but I mean,
Juan, don't leave.
I hear you, but, I think what we're asking is hopefully we'll make a dent in trying to take care of our county. But don't get that confused with the countywide, tri-countywide drainage district plan. It's totally different. You're not going to get money from that.
We tried to meet with Juan 3 times, and he never showed the 3 times. He wouldn't even go out and knock on this man's door. He sat outside.
Well, that's beside the point. So, I mean, I'm not going to be here to. I mean, and I don't know how many times it's been out there, and I don't know how many he hasn't. But we can't. I don't know that. I know they can't be there every single day, But that's fine. I mean, you talk. I'm talking. I just So, but I just want to let you know that it's just what we're trying to do today. Hopefully, we can work it out. Okay.
Mr. Zamora has not had a chance to speak yet. And I'm going to give him his time because he did sign up.
Sure.
And then what we're going to do is there's some other ones that will, I hope, have a little bit more consensus. So, Mr. Zamora?
Yeah, I came here prepared with some notes, but I'm going to change my direction. My huge concern is that my wife and I, my family, my neighbors, we have to live in fear. In fear. I started to say a huge concern or an apprehensive feeling, but no, I'm going to change it. I'm asking you a question. Is it fair that we have to live in fear of a third flooding? Now, just as a reminder, May 19th of last year, my house sustained 3 inches of water inside my living quarters. Six weeks later, July the 8th, we had 5 inches of water in my home. Not to mention the neighbors downstream from the front of my house. It took us 6 months to put our house back together in order. Now, next Wednesday is hurricane season, June 1st. So, again, I didn't used to live in fear, living there. I've been in my residence 30 years. And I never experienced a feeling of fear. We have seen heavy rains since I've lived there, and I've seen the water flow downstream. And I'm no engineer, I'm just a simple man, and I can tell when water is flowing downstream. It doesn't take a genius to see the little leaves and twigs flowing downstream in front of the ditches in front of our homes, in our neighborhood. I would see that the water would come up and then it would recede because it would flow downstream. Well, last year, July the 8th, it didn't do that. It didn't do that at all. It created a lagoon in our area. And I've sent y'all pictures. I sent you pictures, Judge. There's a pond, a small pond, or a large pond, a small lake, if you will. I call it a lagoon. And the leaves and the twigs would just circle around doing this number. They were not flowing. So there's a problem downstream. There is a huge problem downstream. The water's not getting out. Yesterday, when I drove right across the street at the lakes, we could see that retention pond. The water was flowing out from underneath their culvert, and it was just 3 inches of rain in 2 days. And the ground was already parched, so most of that water soaked through, but it was still coming out. Imagine when it's a 6-inch rainfall or downpour. So my point is, there's a big problem downstream, and Juan is saying that they can't do anything because it's going to cause somebody else's neighborhoods to flood. Well, what about, my question is, I'm making this point, what about when the development happened north of us where the H-E-B is supposed to be built? There's a platform this high that was built that flooded Bobby's house and the other neighbors there. What about across the street when they built that subdivision that used to be farmland that would soak up all that water? Nobody asks us that, you're going to get flooded. Nobody cared about us when that water came into our neighborhoods and flooded us. So just to end this, Commissioner Hernandez, you told me last time, and you were looking directly at me, sir.
Yes, sir.
And you said, you need to be patient. You need to give us time. That was March 16th when we met here last time.
Yes.
And, how much more time do you need? It's just what's your definition of give you more time and
My
and
definition
have
of giving more time is to give my engineers the time they need to fix that, okay? And we gave them what we thought they needed. All I can do is go by his advice that tells me what he needs, and I get it for him, and they do the work. And my definition is, well, if it's done, if it's completed, then I'm good with it. I'm not an engineer just like you, but I can also see the leaves go by, and I can say, well, then the water is flowing. But when I ask you for patience, okay, I mean, you lived there, 30 some odd years, 40 years?
30 years.
You seem to have had a lot of patience with the previous commissioners. Okay, I've only been here.
I didn't have to come here because the water would flow.
Well.
Now, the other thing that I want to indicate is, yes, we are 3 neighbors that come here. I don't see other areas. There's no huge concern from other residents, from other neighborhoods, but we've been here to just about all of them. We want something done. That's all we're asking. Do we need to continue living in fear? That's all I have to say.
I don't think you should.
Thank you, Mr. Zamora.
I don't think you should. And when I was there at the meeting at your house, there were some people that were feared that their insurance were going to cancel them because they had already made 3 other claims. But also, you need to consider the neighborhood behind you wasn't built, back then when the waters were draining right. Okay. There's a lot of obstruction out there with all these new neighborhoods that are being built. So, all I said is give me patience, and I think I got the work done. I went by Mr. Pimentel's advice, and I'll continue to do that.
Judge and Commissioner, can I say something, Commissioner, in regards to that? Because I know that the last year in the rain event, it was 12 to 13 inches of rain. So that's a 100-year storm pretty much. So what I'm saying is that a normal rain event is about a 2-inch rain, maybe a 1-inch rain event. But in this case, it was a 12 to 13, maybe a 15-inch rain event. So are the drainage structures throughout the whole Corpus area and throughout the whole Nueces County designed for a 100-year rainstorm event?
No.
So in other words, you're going to flood. And then my other thing is that, and with all due respect to the constituents out there, is that some of these houses, our elevations are set at the elevation below the road. So in other words, these houses should have been higher than the road, 12 inches higher to 8 inches higher than the road. So this is another reason why some of this water is getting into some of these residents' homes, is because the homes were built below the elevation of the road. So the main thing is that last year we did have apparently probably 200-year storm rain events, which is uncommon.
Juan, you could talk drainage, as you know, all week.
Yes, ma'am.
But please stay right there, because I want to be able to get on the record, because this is a workshop. At all of our workshops, at all of the opportunities we've had to talk with all of the residents, it's very clear that the study is the way the state of Texas wants to fund these major drainage projects, and we're doing all that we can there in the right way. However, at the same time, we've addressed the need. Every time you model, you're assuming status quo. That means you're assuming there's no vegetation, that it'll work as it's designed, okay? What I wanted to do is, if you look at the community survey, you look at the jurisdictional survey, in other words, all the community information, drainage is always at the top of the list with mental health. What I wanted to suggest was that we put $7 million allotted, because it's like a prioritization, right? You may not have the exact project. I wanted to put $7 million for drainage, because these extreme weather events, are no longer 100 years. They're every other year. As the National Weather Service has called these predictions, we just call them that, but they're happening too frequent. And so at every one of these events, we've discussed, you with the other engineers, the lack of, don't worry about jurisdictions, because interlocals and MOUs and all of that can be solved. If we had if you're going to create major transformational change in a real amount of time that can beat the next 2 years worth of storms, you'd have to tackle it with a major contract, maintenance and operations, to assist you in doing everything. You'd have to move this way, because it may be Mr. Chestnut and Firkin and Mr. Zamora who can afford to come over here. But from all of our workshops, we know that the hurt is countywide. And so what I'm asking you, and what I'm proposing to you and to this court, is that we prioritize $7 million of the remaining $50 million to 48 million towards drainage that will get us some relief. It's a big fat Band-Aid, but you cannot design until the studies are done. Even the modeling that you all did with HAF, which is the study that's being referenced, indicates that it assumes that everything is open and clear. That's what I wanted to propose. That's what we've been talking about at all of these workshops for a year, is that without a strong, robust campaign countywide, we cannot affect real change. You're not preventing the catastrophic event. You're preventing the normal tropical rain causing havoc every single time, for agricultural, for business, for homes. That's what I was proposing. That's what I am proposing, is an allotment, a prioritization of $7 million. By the way, that's in addition to the $2 million that you've already gotten for the additional equipment. How many times have we talked about maintenance and operation needing a huge bolt booster shot in the arm? That's what I wanted to say today. What they're expressing is what every jurisdiction expresses. And this idea that it's just about our little area, that doesn't work, because the creeks flow to the bays and they affect all of us. They affect every one of us. Precinct 4, Oso, Huck 10. We've got Petronila, Agua Dulce, and the Alasan. All of them are interrelated to our creeks and our bay system. We've got to get that opened up. It's not the cure, Juan, but it's definitely the only way we know quickly to alleviate some of these pains and the fear that he's having. That's what we're proposing here. And that's where I think if you just do one little project for one little neighborhood, it was spec'd at $10 million. That's where you have to go to the State Water Development Board to get funding. But if we did this, and by the way, the 7 million was not a number I came up with. It was a number that all of you engineers talking amongst each other thought somewhere between 7 and 10 million could be utilized for drainage. That's what we're trying to do here today. And what I'm asking you is, can you support that?
Judge, as the county engineer, what I would support is that those monies be set aside to improve and create some detention and retention facilities.
Okay.
Because the only reason, Judge, the only reason you can clean all the ditches that you want, you can go downstream and clean all the ditches that you want, but they only have a certain amount of capacity.
Right.
And if they only have a certain amount of capacity, these ditches have again, I'm going to bring this up again, and I know we're going into the engineering part of it. You have a 2-year design, you have a 10-year design, and you have a 25-year design throughout pretty much throughout the whole outfall of the structure, right? And if you don't retain and detain some of the water within a detention or retention facility, you're pretty much not going to do anything.
You know as well as I do that that's not going to get us very far in a detention pond.
I think that one of the problems, Juan, I think that we need to understand here is just not, you can clean the ditches, you can do whatever, but the water is not just the rainwater you're dealing with.
Correct.
It's the water that's coming from the fields.
Yes, sir.
You know that we get all that water 2 days later in Bishop, and we flood. All that water is coming through the fields. I mean, it's not the rain. It's not just the rainwater that kills us. It's just the water that's on those fields.
So,
and where do they go? They have to drain somewhere.
And the other thing, Commissioner, is also you do have some of the new development that's coming up, and if you don't mitigate that, then you're pretty much going to be in the same situation. You're going to have three gentlemen here, in the next court, a year down the road, and you're going to say, hey, y'all did this, and
to your credit, and let me just say that when you came up with making these new developments designed to a 100-year storm, let me tell you, I even my knees buckled a little at first, and then you know what, you did it. It's helped in those new areas, and they've not balked. They've done it. I thought we would get a ton of pushback from people. So, and it's unfortunate that some of the elevation issues and some of these other things. But the good news is with this new development we're doing, and we are doing a ton of it in our county, especially in my precinct. You are making them designed to a 100-year storm, and I appreciate that because that's going to save a lot of heartache.
And
in my area, I'm working on at least 4 ponds in my area, sir.
So commissioners, so that we don't have to decide today, can we just agree that there should be some consensus that a large amount, somewhere between, $7 and $10 million be allotted for drainage? Because that's the purpose of today's workshop, is to figure out how you're going to prioritize these dollars. I'd like to say 7 because there could be more room later since you already have had 2. To me, the number was 10, but you kind of already have 2 in the excavation.
I got 2 on my list already.
I'd like to move out of the workshop so we can make some motions and start.
Well, we're not even close. We're not even close. We haven't heard. We haven't heard from a lot of the other people here.
Right, we can discuss it in agenda items too.
Well, I'm still in workshop. That's the nice thing about being the presiding officer, is that we're still in workshop.
To end the workshop.
Well, we just have talked drainage. We have not had the opportunity to talk about some of the other subjects.
We only set this till a period of time, and it's 10:30, and we've spent an hour on this one project. So I'd like to move that we close
we can
the
go
workshop.
to another subject matter. But I think
close
that
the workshop and move into the agenda, and we can still talk about these other things as we're prioritizing.
Well, workshop has a lot more latitude as far as letting the people come in and visit and talk.
Agenda items allow people to talk on things just as much. I don't even know why we did it as a workshop. You can do this as one agenda item, and let people talk about it all they want, but we can make motions based on what we're hearing. Like, you can make your
Well,
motion if you wanted
the-
to, or
the workshop-
or Commissioner Gonzalez could make his, and we can still discuss
I
it.
appreciate it. So let me go into some other items, since, Juan, they don't want to talk about drainage anymore. The one item that I want Rachel from Haggerty to talk about are some of the other critical, and I don't know who's playing Scrivener. They just left, but I know
She's making copies for me.
she's making copies, okay, but somebody here can, Caitlin, if you don't mind, Ms. Chupi, if you would make some of these notes. But there are some items that I think we should absolutely consider to be included in ARPA. The first that I hope we can find consensus on is that the out-of-county housing that we are spending on has a daily burn rate. Dale can provide that to us today. But I would like to make sure that the daily, that number, right, the jail out-of-county housing, I think it's like, if y'all don't mind, will someone give me that number? Dale's looking it up. Let's just call it 450,000.
It's about $48,000 a month.
$48,000 a month, but the cumulative so far,
We moved probably 200,000.
200,000. Okay, I thought.
At least that.
Yeah, I think it's on Lance Cooper every day sends it. It's a little bit higher.
That we're spending on what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Okay, so
Housing inmates and other facilities.
we're
in
housing
jails.
23 inmates in Victoria, and we're housing 6 in Aransas. It's 287,000 in Victoria and 114,000 to date
Talking
in
about the
Aransas.
jail. I didn't understand out-of-county housing, so I guess that's for the jail.
For the jail.
Right, got it.
And so I propose that we appropriate those dollars. If we're just, these are ideas that we can act upon, but I wanted you to know that those, I asked Haggerty if those would be eligible.
It was 400,000?
I haven't done the math, but again, this is current amount. So it'd be 287 and 114 for today. In other words, that amount of money, that's one idea. And I'm just going to keep,
What bucket is
I'm going to
that,
keep
Judge?
going.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to just keep talking about different ones. What bucket is that, Rachel, for them?
And tell me, I'm trying to understand what exactly, to just cover that cost? Is that what you're proposing?
ARPA can cover these costs.
And how much are you proposing?
I haven't added it up. It's
401,
287, 640 plus 114, 108.
401,000.
401,000, Judge, basically, for
To date,
cover,
to this
to cover
day.
the out-of-county?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that
that's
will
what I'm
help,
asking.
that will help us immensely. And
I'm
I
just
believe.
making notes.
And that, yeah, just make the note.
Excuse me, Judge, I'm sorry. I didn't quite get that. How much was it?
400 something, I think, 401?
401,000.
Okay. And that would
Again, that's
cover
just
what
to
we've-
date, so-
What we spent out of pocket to date.
But what I'd like to do, Commissioner, is, it's a very probably easy way to predict what we'll spend through September 30th this fiscal year and get that dollar. I'll just move on for now. Haggerty, they're going to ask you in a minute what bucket that is attributable to. Is it just government services, or would it have a different sector?
Hi, Court. Based on our review of the project description, it's possible that this can be funded under the public health expenditure category, specifically 1.4 prevention in congregate settings. So it may not, pending further analysis, be a lost revenue project.
And then can I just ask clarification? What I saw here on my little ARP allocation summary, and then I heard another number, and I want to make sure I've got it right, is what is the number? This total remaining 55,667 million is what we're starting with today, or I sort of heard someone say 48
55, I
million.
thought it was 55.
It's on your summary sheet.
Right, 55,667 is the number we're starting with today, correct?
55.
Is that right?
You have 48 million remaining in the expenditure categories that are not lost revenue, and over 6 million available in lost revenue.
Okay. That
That's
was
in the summary at the top of that
Okay.
spreadsheet.
6 million lost revenue, 48 million plus in non-lost revenue. Okay, go ahead.
All right, and so that's one that I think we should consider.
You know, Judge, are we still in workshop mode or what? I don't even know.
Yes,
I'd like
we
to
are.
make a motion of what I have here, so I know what
Well-
can spend besides that?
Right, so here's the other problem, is that we need, since we're still in workshop, there are other concerns that we have. For example, if you look at this chart, you, for example, made some suggestions that inland parks could get $6 million. Unless you tie that to a project, there is no eligibility for that $6 million.
I think they have tied into a project. In fact, they're having 25 million, but I think 6 million will help them a lot.
Right, I guess what I'm saying to you, Edward, come on up. Edward, unless there is a breakdown of those projects, parks don't fit into these buckets unless it's government services, or unless you could tell me that a piece of this is for broadband, wastewater, mental health, water, etc. I'm saying to you that your wish is not eligible.
Well, excuse me. Morning, Commissioners and Judge.
Morning, Edward.
The argument I could make, I guess, would be on the mental health aspect of this, because a lot of this is dealing with our facilities in the rural areas, and with the, walkways, walk trails, lighting systems, infrastructure such as our septic lines, our septic tanks, a lot of our stuff is not tied to any lift stations or things like that.
And that would qualify.
So you have to break it down, is what I'm saying to you. You have to break it down because.
But we can do that, Judge. I mean, we got a number here, and I'm sure we can work on that number. I mean, but I just like.
It doesn't work that way.
Well, I like to make a motion. I don't know how it works.
Well, we're not in the regular agenda yet, and we have to get
everybody else
some.
wants to get out of workshop except you, so I'm going to make a
Well,
motion that
but
we end the
Commissioner-
workshop and move on to the agenda
Commissioner-
items so we can make motions. That's my motion.
Commissioner-
It has
Edward-
been seconded.
Commissioner-
At one time, I
I
was
haven't
over
even
at Hilltop, and there was a bus that pulled in, and it had handicapped children in there that they want to, take a look at the facility, walk around the area. So I would think it should qualify, for that reason. And Hilltop is not the only one. We got other parks that they do the same thing.
Correct. Yes, sir. I mean, every year, like right now, it's the end of the year, we've got all these schools and all these other locations coming to all our facilities. And, we're trying to see if we can upgrade those facilities. As you're well aware, that most of our infrastructure has been around since the 40s.
Yeah.
And hasn't been changed, so.
Right.
Such as the park that we built in the dog park, and, that's been handicapped, I guess, worked on for approval.
Correct.
And our restrooms there, they need to be redone. They're over 50 years old, I believe. So, yes, I think it should qualify, and it would. Thank you.
You're not can we get the expert, please, to explain? I wish it was that easy, because nothing would make me happier than to throw $6 million at inland parks for the complete upgrade of what's necessary. But that is not how it works.
But
Tom Leatherby, would you offer some guidance here so that when they go into
does.
agenda items, that I would be able to, we could make some that would not get us into difficulty with the Treasury Department. Can you talk
can
about
make
how you can
motions.
make that possible?
You can make
Tom,
motions
I'd like to
specific.
call on you, Tom.
Judge, there's a motion on the
Tom,
floor.
I'd like
There's a
for you,
motion
I have
on
not
the floor.
recognized you.
You don't have to recognize it.
I
There's
do
a
have to
motion and
recognize
it's
you
been
as the
seconded,
presiding
Judge.
officer.
No,
Jenny,
Judge.
at some point, I'd like to be able to be the presiding officer. I have to recognize somebody according Robert's Rules of Orders. I'm asking for Tom Leatherby to speak. This is a workshop, and it should not be co-opted
Been
because they don't
made
want to
and
hear the
seconded.
truth.
Motion
You're about
made
to get
and
into
seconded.
agenda items.
Seconded.
You're about to get into agenda items that do not qualify and therefore could hurt our ability to have these funds clawed back.
That has nothing to do with
It's
the motion and the
absolutely
second.
critical that we get some
Motion and a
information.
second.
I have the floor, ma'am.
Motion, then.
I have the
and
floor.
if the majority
Only
of the
if I've
court wants to-
recognized him.
That's
If the
not
majority of the
correct.
court overrules that, then the majority of the court overrules that, but I've only heard a first and second, so.
Second.
Yeah, and I would have to call the vote, which I'm not, because I'm asking for
Motion
Tom
to
Leatherby.
overrule
That's
her
not
refusal.
appropriate. This
Yes, it
is
You just
silliness,
said it is. Then
Commissioner.
let's quit. I'm done.
Go
If
ahead.
You will not recognize
Go
motions
ahead.
and let
I'm in the
will
middle of a
this court-
conversation
No,
with
you
Tom.
weren't. I made a
Yes,
motion.
I am.
I made a motion when you were paused.
And you
He
did- no,
seconded
I
when
wasn't. You were
paused, and
speaking over
ignored
me.
This is a legitimate motion. If you are not going to recognize the motion, then I would make a motion that we remove the
If you need
presiding
to go,
officer
it's all
as the
right with
presiding
us.
officer.
If you're throwing your tantrum, it's
No,
okay.
I'm not. I'm not going to let you not do what the will of this court is, which is to move into an agenda item that can still discuss what you want to discuss.
Then
And people
give
can
me the
make
time
motions.
to finish with Tom.
No, I've made a motion to
You
move
won't
out of
hear from
workshop.
Tom?
It has been seconded. Then we can hear from Tom when we get into the agenda so people can make legitimate
We
motions on
haven't
what they
even
want
gotten
to
the
do.
basic information on eligibility.
It doesn't matter. We can do it as an agenda item, Judge, and you know it. But people
No.
want to make motions. We want to move this forward and get something done other than just talk. And there are ways to make motions that will allow for them to have to be qualifying projects if you'll allow us to go make our motions. And Commissioner Gonzalez has
I'm
motions
happy
make.
to get us there,
I've
but
made
I
a
haven't,
motion. It has
you're
been
interrupting
seconded.
me.
I have made a motion and it has been seconded to move out of workshop and into agenda, and then you can let Tom speak.
You're so disrespectful of the process. I would like some
Respectful of the
basic
process.
information on workshop,
The will
and
of
you're
the
denying
court-
that.
The will of the court
No,
is
the
to do something
abusiveness of
different.
Commissioner Chesney.
Oh,
It's,
my
you're
gosh.
abusive. You're an
Yeah,
abusive man.
Right, because,
A
yeah, I get
complete-
it. Call me names. There we go.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
not.
No,
It
time
is,
to
it's
deflect.
called facts.
Go ahead, deflect. Time to, go ahead,
It's
call me
facts.
names. You called
Tom,
me
could you
names for
please
3
answer my
years.
question,
I'm not
sir?
going to call you names back. Go
Tom,
ahead.
could you unmute? I need you
There
to
was a
talk about it so
motion
before we go
made
into
and
agenda.
seconded.
Tom, could you answer my question?
Yes, Judge.
And then I will go into agenda. I need your question answered before we go into agenda. My question
Judge,
answered.
the question is one of process, and we've looked at a number of different projects and project proposals, and we've developed a process that helps to break these proposals down into constituent pieces because, excuse me, oftentimes in a larger project, for example, funding for parks, while the entire project may not be eligible under one eligibility category, certain aspects of the project may be eligible and it can be broken down, but there's research that goes into that. In addition, what we're talking about primarily today are capital expenditures, and in the final rule, the Treasury instituted a requirement for written justification for capital expenditures that follows a very set process. I have asked my team to put together a very brief presentation that's only about 4 or 5 slides that outlines the process that we developed with the county staff that shows how a project idea can be turned into a compliant and eligible project. And I wanted to offer to have Rachel go through that with the court as background at this point to try to guide the further discussions as we get into talking about each individual projects. And then I want to renew our offer that we received a number of project submissions or potential project submissions prior to this workshop. It certainly appears that based on the time remaining, we're not going to get through all of those. There's going to have to be additional discussion that goes on. I want to renew our offer to meet individually in a small group with staff, with commissioners, to discuss any idea that's out there and try to find a way to make eligible projects out of ideas. That's what we're here to do for you. We're here to take the ideas and make them work under the framework that the Treasury has provided. And we want to do that because these are great projects. All that was just said about parks is true. They provide an outlet for schools. They need lighting. They need wastewater treatment. But simply saying that they improve mental health of the community, unfortunately, the final rule actually says that doesn't make it eligible. What the final rule does say is there are a number of different eligibilities that may exist. And Nueces County has a number of qualified census tracts, has a number of disproportionately impacted populations. There are a number of ways to qualify projects as eligible, but there's a tremendous amount of work on the front end to get from idea to eligible project. And we want to be in a position to help guide ideas to eligible projects. So if the court desires, we would be happy to go through those couple of slides that Rachel has put together to inform the court about a process that can work.
And why don't you bring those up and also email them to IDA?
They were emailed to IDA this morning.
Okay,
So
go ahead and get them to everybody. And also, the idea, just to follow up with what you just said about eligibility. It seems like it's promising, but you have to know what the project is, and it takes a lot of work to get it eligible. But you might be able to see how one, for example, inland parks upgrades could find eligibility, but then it might leave an X amount of dollars that aren't eligible that have to be put into that lost revenue equals government services. So it's very important to be able to go through the room, so to speak, and figure out how each of the aspects are made. And again, it's the final rules have very strong language about what's eligible and what's not eligible. So the idea that I would say, I want to do $4 million allotment to everybody, I don't see how the rules allow for that. How can you guide this court so that they can bring forth the actual project and not a blanket, give me $4 million for each of my precincts, even though they want to do good with it?
We have the project.
It doesn't work that way. How could you guide them so they would have to show you the projects in order to make that work? Is that correct?
Correct, Judge.
Right, if a
The
motion
final
was
rule
made.
is 437 pages long, and there are supplemental guidance documents that measure hundreds of pages. The staff that Haggerty has assigned to this project have thousands upon thousands of hours working all across the country on taking ideas and making them into projects and then ensuring compliance, ensuring that the federal uniform guidance is followed, ensuring that the SLFRF projects regulations are followed. For example, just this week, the Office of Management and Budget released additional guidance that significantly changed the way that we handle subrecipients, or that we have to handle subrecipients. That was a major change that affected potential projects that the county may be contemplating. Just 2 days before the last set of reports were due, a new set of frequently asked questions was released that dramatically changed the eligibility for certain projects, including our retention pay project. Luckily, it actually opened up new avenues of opportunity for us. Being on top of this guidance is absolutely critical, especially as we move into the update to the recovery plan and the submission of the annual report later this summer. But we can shepherd project ideas through to compliant projects. It just has to be a cooperative process with back and forth. And that's what I want to get to. And if we could bring up those slides that were sent earlier.
Judge, I would like to call the question to get this into the agenda, because this is all related to the agenda. So I would like to call the question that on the motion on the floor that was legitimately made and seconded, so we can get into agenda, because I've got questions too, and I think we can all make motions that fit in this, because what Tom just explained is not something that we already didn't know, and I think the motions can be fit to made to where they have to be qualifying projects. We all understand what he just said. That's great. So again, this
The
has nothing to do-
slides
this has
that
nothing to
he's
do with
asked
my
for,
motion,
Connie,
my
would you go ahead
motion.
and bring up the slides? Thank
Judge,
you.
there's been a
Go ahead
motion.
and, let's go ahead and
There's
make
been a
it.
motion, seconded it, called the
You've
question.
interrupted, multiple times.
Because you will
I'm
not
in the
recognize
process
the
here.
legitimate motion. Robert, I am.
If there's no difference, then
Can you
you'll allow
please-
this man
please-
to
no,
continue.
I will not. Please read the motion. Please read Robert's Rules of Orders, which this court is bound
Jenny,
by, Judge.
I
and
was
you
in
are
the
not
process
following,
of
And I will
speaking.
make a motion to remove the presiding
We can
officer
have
if
we
you
can
will
have a
not follow
talk about this, Jenny, if you'd like me to recess.
Nope.
But all that's going
Nope,
to
we're
do is
doing it
delay
right
it.
here. We're
I'm
doing
going
it
to
right
ask
here.
you to respect the presiding officer. I was in the middle
You don't
of a
get to
discussion.
override a motion. Jenny, please
The
read it.
purpose of Robert's rules is to facilitate communication and not to hinder it.
Thank you.
If a member has made a valid motion and it has been seconded, the chair has a responsibility to either recognize it or state specifically what is the problem with the question.
And I have stated specifically to you, the problem is that I'm in the middle of receiving information. We have 4 more slides to go through, and I am prepared to move us into agenda. The slides and the information that I was in receipt of has an instrumental effect on how agendas and motions would be made. For example, if the motion is made to put X million dollars into each precinct, they need to understand that framework. That is the purpose of the information.
Yeah, we understand that, Judge.
Yeah,
No,
we got it, Judge.
we just
We've all
got-
read all this stuff. We've heard it. That is not a relevant right to disregard
It's
my
important
motion.
for me to hear
No,
it,
it's
and it's
not.
important for our constituents and for the audience to hear it.
So if the point of order is not well taken, then it is not well taken
Well,
by the chair.
if you also know from Robert's Rules of Orders, forgive me, that as a presiding officer, I'm conducting the meeting. I have allowed for reasonableness, which is I want my 5 slides to be finished, and then we can go into it. But what they want to do is make motions while I'm in the middle of a discussion inside of a workshop. I am the presiding officer, and I need to be able to continue in that conversation. I had already asked for assistance when he interrupted and made the motion.
I did not interrupt.
Besides, you're here, forgive me, for advice and counsel, of which I, as the presiding officer, appreciate, and I will making my decision to hear the slides. I want to hear the conversation with the slides. If it's not important to the commissioners to understand the rules, it is
Heard them.
certainly
We've
important
read
to the
them.
people who are here guiding, looking for guidance from us to hear these rules. They have not reviewed them
Yes, we have.
because they've just put them forward. I'd like for the citizens to hear what the rules are, and then we can go into agenda. And that is what is needed here. Your advice is appreciated, and that's all that it is advice. So we're going to continue as the presiding officer.
And
That's what this
disregard.
little book says. It says, I have the floor. I recognize the motions. I'm not recognizing it because I'm in the middle of something. You cannot interrupt when the chair has
The thing is,
the
you keep
floor.
on talking, Judge, you never stop talking.
The chair has the floor. So we're going to hear it from those slides, and then we're going to take a small recess for bathroom, and then we're going to come back in for the regular agenda. That's what the presiding officer has called for.
When you take a vote,
So go ahead, Connie, bring those back up. They won't take long, Tom, because they're not long slides. So go ahead. We'll run through them very quickly for our public who needs this information.
All right, I'm going to ask Rachel to run through these slides.
Okay, we've just dropped, in order for them, we don't have a quorum. Oh, yes, oh, wait a minute.
We have Mara's
We have Mara's online. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think
It's got to be
have to
present.
be in the room.
3 have to be in the room
Right.
for the governor's orders. And, okay, well then, just to show you how government does not work, they've gone ahead and we've lost a quorum. So that means no business can be conducted. So for all of you online, no business can be conducted because your commissioners have left the room. So we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Okay, we've lost our quorum. We'll
the day?
adjourn
For the day?
for the day. We've lost the quorum, 10:52. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to ask all my folks that are here to stay here so that we can talk. We're not on the record. Take us off the record.